Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you all for coming on a day which really stirs the heart. 1 year around the world, around the sun, with having to adapt to a new lifestyle. One who's so cherished and loved by all of us has gone on to his next service, as he said. And we have to look inwards and think about our service and our commitment. So our intention today is to glorify Maharaj, His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami, to remember him and our time with him, the exchanges, instructions, and the smiles that we shared. But also, importantly, to reconnect and recommit to our service to him and his last word, which was the mission. Today, we're graced to have the fortune of having His Holiness Swami Bhagavan Keshav Swami with us. Maharaj does have to leave at some point during the program, but we thank him for his kindness in giving us, squeezing us in to this morning. We're on YouTube Live and on Instagram Live, so if your friends aren't able to come, then you can share the links with them. You can approach Karunika or someone at the back, and they can give you that link so people can watch from abroad. We'll also, just to give you a quick run through, we'll have Keshav Swami come up in a minute, if you'd like to come, Maharaj. He'll lead us on Jai Anilo prayers, if we can have a Madanga player, Arjuna. And so anyone who wants to participate in the kirtan, please come. The words will be broadcast up on the projector. Then we'll invite Maharaj in about 5-10 minutes to come and address us. At 10 o'clock, we'll have a Zoom session with His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami, which will be broadcast to the world. And so different disciples will be engaged, but we will be able to take 1 or 2 questions from the audience here. Then from 11 o'clock, we'll have speeches and videos all the way through to 12:30, when we'll then have a never before seen instructions by His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami, which are very, very powerful and pertinent for this day. And then at 12:45, we'll have Pushpanjali. And then at 1 o'clock, we have Guru Das Prabhu, who's come to rock the house. And we'll have Guru Vastakam and Kirtan. And you'll all be able to offer flowers to the padukas and shoes of His Holiness. And we also have a special gift. In here is water from his last ever water bottle, just before he left. So we'll all spray you, so you can have a transcendental shower of some mercy. So we'll now start with Jai Anilo prayers, and then Maharaj will address us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Vaishnav Thakur ki, His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Ye anilo prema dhana, Karuna pracho yayanila prema dhana, Karuna pracho yayanilo prema dhana, Karuna pracho yayanilo prema dhana, Karuna pracho Eno Prabhu Kotha Gela Acharya Thakur kothage Heno Prabhu kotha gela charya thakur Kaha mora swarup rupa Kaha sanatan Kaha mora Kamara swarup rupa kaha sanatan kaha dasa ragu Natha patita pavan Kahadasa Raghunatha patita pavan Kahamora bhata yuga Kaha kavira Eka kale khota gela gora nataraj Eka kale khota Gela Gora Nataraj Pashane Kutibo Mata Anale Pashibo Gauranga Gunera Nidhi Kotha Gele Pabo Gauranga Gunera Nidhi Kotha Gele Pabo Se Sabha Sangira Sange Ye koilo vilas, sabha sabasangira sange ye koilo vilay se sangana paya kande narottamadas sangana paya se sangana paya kande narottamadas ye anilo premadana karuna prachoy eno prabhu kotha gela charya thakur Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnava Thakur Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Vaishnav Thakur ki
Translation. Haribol. Translation. He who brought the treasure of divine love and who was filled with compassion and mercy, where has such a personality as Advaita Acharya gone? Where are my Swarup Damodar and Rupa Goswami? Where is Sanatana? Where is Raghunath Das, the savior of the fallen? Where are my Raghunath Bhatta and Gopal Bhatta? And where is Krishnadas Kaviraj? Where did Lord Gauranga, the great dancer, suddenly go? I will smash my head against the rock and enter into fire. Where will I find Lord Gauranga, the reservoir of all wonderful qualities? Being unable to obtain the association of Lord Gauranga, accompanied by all these devotees in whose association he performed his pastimes, Narottam Das simply weeps. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Sayyas Kadamba Maharaj ki Om Gyanati Miranta Sidhyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Uditam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vancha Kalpatarurbhascha Kripa Sindhubhya Eva Cha Patitanam Pavinebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So we have about 8 minutes before His Holiness Jadvaita Maharaj comes and addresses all of us. So I'll just say a few words to begin, and then it'll be wonderful. Throughout today we'll hear so many devotees' reflections. Yesterday I was on a flight coming back to London, so I just opened my computer and I was looking back at what was happening 1 year ago around these dates, and I was looking at all the entries that I was writing, describing what was happening in the house, what was happening in Maharaj's final chapter. And it was very, very, very painful actually to read that. And of course also extremely inspiring. One of the things I was commenting in my journal was of the kirtans that we were having with Maharaj every evening, and how what I would do in each one of those kirtans is, as the kirtan was going on and Maharaj was listening from his room, for those 2 hours of kirtan I would close my eyes, and what my sadhana was to remember every single interaction, every single instruction, every single conversation, observation of Maharaj, and I was just every day just recounting all the amazing things that Maharaj had gifted me in my life, and it was so beautiful. And one of my entries, something really stood out, which to me felt like one of the main things that Maharaj taught me in my life. And once he said this to me, he didn't say it in these terms, but this is how I kind of framed it afterwards. And I realized this was perhaps his greatest gift, one of his greatest gifts to me. He would often describe how in life we always look for the easy. And he once said to me that people think the opposite of easy is difficult. So on one hand we have easy, and on the other extreme we have difficult. And we often gravitate towards that extreme rather than the other extreme. But he was making the point that in today's world we make difficult the other extreme of easy. Actually, he was saying the opposite of easy is not difficult. The opposite of easy is impossible. And difficult is actually the midway point. And so what he taught me in my life in different ways, through different interactions, through different situations, is never avoid difficulty. Difficulty is not the extreme path. Difficulty is the middle path. Difficulty is the golden, mean path. Difficulty is the path which will take you to your full potential. And never shy away from accepting uncomfortable situations for Krishna's service, and never shy away from venturing into the unknown. And so I was really meditating on this, how Maharaj just rewired of course I still tend towards the easy and see difficult as impossible, but still he really rewired my consciousness to look at difficult situations, difficult tasks, services, difficult opportunities, difficult moments in our spiritual life as the middle path, the path of growth, the path of incredible potential. And so I was just meditating on that. He was ready to do the difficult. When we saw that Zoom, I think in the end they took that Zoom offline because it was so painful to see. But the very final Zoom call that Maharaj did, when practically for half of the Zoom call he couldn't even look at the camera because he was in so much pain, It was after that Zoom call that I remember coming off that Zoom call. I saw a recording of it actually because I was somewhere else. And as soon as I saw it, I called Krishna Kirtan and I said, I think it's time, we have to go. So I booked the ticket that very day and I went. I think within 1 or 2 days we were in Vrindavan. And I remember when I walked in the house, then somehow Maharaj's door was open and he was lying there. So as soon as I opened the front door from a distance, the first thing I saw was him actually. And so he kind of signaled and called me over and I came in, I paid my dandavats. And the first thing I said to Maharaj is I said, sorry Maharaj, I couldn't come earlier, it was a busy few weeks. It was a stupid thing to say. And then he looked at me and he said, it's a busy few months, it's going to be a busy few years, it's going to be a busy lifetime. We have lots to do for Krishna. Be ready to embrace the difficulty. Those were the words that he shared with me. And so yeah, I was so many things to say. Krishna Kirtan is telling me, oh, I should carry on. Oh, okay, I thought he was saying speed up. Okay, so I have like 10 minutes? Like that? Okay. Yeah, so he was saying it's going to be a busy few months, a busy lifetime. And then it was very interesting. The very next thing he told me to do is he said, get your laptop. And then I got my laptop and right there, while he was on the bed, he had me dictate a letter about New York and about different arrangements that he wanted to make for the New York project. And he was like right there, right back into the mode of serving the movement, resolving the difficult situations in New York. And so after writing that letter, I had another conversation with Maharaj, and he said he was reflecting how after initiation, devotees often regress. He was making that point. He said, I gave you first initiation, and I told you after first initiation, now you have to reach out more. And then I gave you second initiation, and I told you, don't step back, don't go back into comfort zone, reach out more. And he said, after I've given you sannyas, I don't want you to just be a low-key sannyasi. I don't want you to just take it, take a back seat. I want you now to really go out and do as much as you can and serve and go above and beyond the call of duty. And so he was making this point how sometimes after taking a vow, we almost feel like the vow is the achievement. And after taking the vow, we tend to relax because we feel as though we've achieved what we wanted to achieve. And he was actually saying that this was one of his greatest disappointments. And he said, he was looking at me, he said, I want you to make sure you go extra, do more, reach out more. So like this, I was reflecting on many things in my journal about difficulty and accepting those difficult situations. In another of the entries, I was reflecting how one morning I was with Maharaj. So I don't know what happened. Maybe everyone else was out or maybe some were resting. It was just me and Maharaj in the front room. And then he started talking to me about guns. So he started talking about different types of guns, like a revolver, semi-automatic. He gave me the whole lowdown on different types of guns. He just started speaking about it. And then it got even more interesting. He started talking to me about all the ways in which people can try to kill you, assassination attempts. So I was like, it was really, really strange because I was like, here I am, I'm in Vrindavan with my spiritual master, alone in the final days, and I'm like talking about semi-automatic guns, And so he was telling me all this about how to kill people with guns and all this kind of stuff. So I was thinking and then I asked him, how do you know all of this? I had an idea in my mind, but he confirmed it. He said, I had to study all of this because I knew some people were trying to kill me. And so he said, I know how people do drive-bys. And then he explained to me how people do drive-bys, and what you have to do to protect yourself against a drive-by. If anyone actually walked with Maharaj through Vrindavan, or if you generally walked with him, you always, I don't know if anyone noticed that, but whenever you walked with him, he would always flinch a lot to any sounds of cars or that kind of thing. And I think it was somehow connected to that. So he was telling me all of this about assassination, and he said, I had to learn all of this because I knew, because I was speaking out, because I was standing up for what was right in Srila Prabhupada's movement, that people were trying to kill me. And then he looked at me and he said, we have to be willing to do anything for Srila Prabhupada. We have to be willing to do anything for Srila Prabhupada. And it was such a deep lesson of how someone was ready to just do the most difficult things for Krishna. And then he said, that's the test. You have to go in front of Krishna and you have to be honest and ask, would you be willing to do anything for Krishna? He said, that is the measure, that is the standard that we're trying to reach. So yeah, we're so grateful to Maharaj. His life speaks volumes, and his memories, the memories of him and the anecdotes that we all share, really give us so much insight into what it means to live real Krishna consciousness. He took it beyond the books. He took it beyond just theory, and he really lived it because he was willing. He was willing to do anything for Krishna. So may we all use today as an opportunity to remember that incredible example and see what steps we can take towards that standard that Maharaj set, that you have to be willing to do anything for Krishna. And let us move towards that beautiful consciousness. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, His Holiness Jadvaita Maharaj ki jai.
This is quite embarrassing, this part. That's why I made him go first. Thank you, Maharaj, for that. I also had a conversation with him about all the gundas, and he knew all the different gunda groups in India and who got on with who, and he made friends with them and this whole thing. And I was sitting there in Vrindavan thinking, this isn't quite like the CC, but so much reason why, and hopefully today we can understand more. So now we're going to have the Zoom broadcast on the screen there. We ask nobody to join on their phone, otherwise we'll get an echo. And when it comes to question time at the end, I'll come down, or Chandra, if you can log on to the Zoom when it comes to question time and have it on mute. And then when we say, then they can ask the question in the phone. Jadvaita Swami is in Mayapur at the moment, and the class there that he'll be giving to us will also be recorded and will go on the Kadamba Foundation YouTube page, as will the whole event today. So I'm going to hide upstairs for the Zoom. But you all please sit and hopefully get inspired by the class and address by Maharaj. His Holiness Keshav Swami Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness Jadvaita Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Jai Advaita Swami. Can you hear us? Maharaj, can you hear us?
They're all people looking in. I have no I'm disconnected from everybody else. And now I just feel more. Anyone can see me. And everything goes.
They're just changing the mic system, so please bear with us.
Pavan, can you hear me? Kanana. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Krishna. Tasya Kirtan Shalakaya Chakshun Viditam Jina Tasmai Shri Deve Shri Chaitanya Modistam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupagadam Naityam Tatati Shapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Jatapadakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnava Shri Rupam Shadrivam Shaganam Raganatam Srivam Sadvaitam Sadhutam Prajanam Sevam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Shaganam Vita Sri Vishakam Dhansh Hey Krishna Purana Singha Deenam Rojaga Day Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namaste Sabda Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshri Rishabham Sutede Holy Create Vansha Bhaktirubhyascha Kripa Sindho Pyevacha Patitanam Pavamebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivas Hari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Grateful to be addressing you all. My God brother Brijan Prabhu just left my work. He was here for a few days. How's my audio, by the way? I know that I'm speaking softly. Are you able to hear? Yes, okay, I see it now. Good. Brijan Prabhu just left here. And we were recalling the day that Maharaj made that last video message, because Brijan Prabhu had come just, I think, maybe in the middle of that message or just before that message. And we were recalling, well, first we were recalling, I was recalling how organized that talk was. I tend to wander. But Maharaj had every point lined up like a merciful plan, building, or the way pujaris make jewelry or something. Everything's, you know what the plan is going to be. Everything's mapped out. So he had such a clear organization for what he wanted to say, such a clear path from one point to the next. And each point essential, each point powerful, each point yes, essential and powerful, most important points, and each one made with full strength. In the last things that he wanted to say. So I was recalling how brilliant the talk was. Brilliant, not just brilliant, but empowered, we would say, or just extraordinary, really. And then we were recalling the circumstances under which he made that talk. Of course, you all know how the inconveniences, as they call them, had increased, how much difficulty he was going through. And in the midst of that, to have such clear-mindedness, to have such, yes, clear-mindedness, clear Krishna consciousness, clear sense of purpose, that was extraordinary. And we recalled how he was so collected, obviously going through some difficulty to make that message. But when the message was over, it was practically finished. All the energy, then back to what was really going on. Back to what was really going on, physically speaking. So it was so extraordinary that he was able to do that, and that he had the inner strength and the inner purpose, the drive to do that. I used to be a little protective and concerned about his travel, because he would travel this way and that way, this way and that way. And I would sometimes say something about perhaps being a little less charged up and traveling. And he said to me, I think in that last minute, he said, people don't understand. He said, I can do this. He could do things that other people couldn't do. He had a drive that was rare. He could get on those airplanes and get off them and get on the next one and do all those things, which I get tired just thinking of. But it was a gift from Krishna that he had that capability. He told about the time. Again, this was in the last month, about the time when he was in Makran, and it was the middle of the summer, and there were marble truck to load or unload, and everyone's like taking shelter under the truck just to stay away from the sun, and he's unloading it, unloading it, whichever it is, which no one even wanted to move. So he had that amazing combination of strength and purpose and drive, because lots of strong people, to be physically strong doesn't take a whole lot. You could find, walk through the fields here in Mayapur, you can collect 60 strong men in 10 minutes. There's so many strong people. But strength is different from strength. Anyone can be, not anyone, but so many people, not me, can be physically strong. But then to have the spiritual vibe to turn that strength into devotion service, extraordinary devotion service. That's something else again. And that in combination with intelligence, because there's lots of us who might be lots of somebody's who can muster physical strength and put it in gear, physical strength. But then to have spiritual intelligence, spiritual brilliance, to use that. All of those qualities were there in this devotional service, which was the word that comes to mind, the phrase that comes to mind is that it was the organizing principle of his life. But an organizing principle is a very abstract and theoretical kind of construct, an organizing principle. In his life, it wasn't just an organizing principle, it was everything. His whole life was for devotional service. That's what we saw. And therefore, it was, and with intelligence, with power, with sweetness at the same time. One of my favorite recollections is just remembering when we were staying at the brahmacharya, old brahmacharya. It's a trouble of brahmacharyas. Here in my version. I made one EP. And in the morning, just sometimes he would sing bhajans, just by himself. And the chanting would be so sweet. Whether it was a song, say, let's see, the kirtan is so sweet. I've written a book now, Kirtan Standards. But standards are they're mechanical, they're some get that trigger, be a graphical something measured principle, a set of rules. They say these are standards. But his kirtan is so far beyond standards. Standards are dry. We need standards, but standards only set out boundaries, map out the territory. They set the tolerances in manufacturing sense. You say the street has to be this big, and it has to be this much space. So that's mechanical. That's mechanical. That's the level of standards. But then there's another kirtan has so much more than that. It has inspiration, it has sweetness, it has love. Finally, it's meant to call out to Krishna, or to glorify Krishna with love, devotion. That's real kirtan. Standards kirtan, that's all right. We're happy standards in place. But when the kirtan is sweet, when the kirtan is full of devotion, when the kirtan is transcendental, Although could be not designed for it. That's something else. And it was such a pleasure just to be able to hear that speak, hear to be the weird. So there's so many memories like that. I have some, you have more. Collectively, mine were small sliver, small portion. So many wonderful moments to remember. And instructions, verbalized instructions, do this, do that. And then instructions just by example, by glance, by interaction. So many transcendental instructions, and instructions also is another one of those words that doesn't quite encompass everything that we want. Instructions just kind of word of word. Teaching. But there's a fullness of presence of Krishna that's conveyed through the Prabhupada and also devotee saw. And again, it's not just an incident, it's not just an instruction. But the presence of Krishna is a manifested, invoked, brought in, conveyed. That's experience kind of teaching. It's more teaching. It's bringing us in touch with Krishna. Prabhupada's example was, as our eyeglasses enable us to see what's before us. So the devotee, the spiritualist, enables us to see Krishna. And Prabhupada said the experience is simultaneously direct and through the spiritual master. Of course, another incident was from his last days is that he had something to say. And it was at a time when he could really no longer speak, only speaking a word here or a word there. And those, even that word would be very difficult to follow. It's more by gestures. This is really a great day. And then there was one word he said, and he couldn't make it out. And said something, couldn't get it. And we were trying, he was trying. And then we just broke it up into parts practically, and then I guess you know the word dismission. But brought out with saying with the greatest effort, with the greatest effort, that word mission, because he wanted his followers to have that in forefront. And it's not just creating a life, it's not just sort of plodding along, but it's being energized, it's being inspired, it's being swept up in the mission of good, because that brings everything to the line. The other things have to be there. We have to follow through the regular principles. We have to change the 16 minutes. We have to rise the body. We have to do the various things that we know are important for maintaining devotional service. And from one point of view, we just do that. That's very good. Everyone's in a different circumstance, a different situation. And for some of us, we can just do that. It's good, you're happy. And the spiritual master is happy. He's following the regular principles. He's chanting 16 rounds. How nice. Steady. Chanting. Hearing. Good. So nice that just that. Very good. And beyond that, we can have that sense of omniscience, sense of the urgency of carrying out what our spiritual master desired, what Devotional desired. We were hearing this morning a Bhagavatam class of the sense of compassion that the devotee has, seeing the wretched, deeply wants to help them get free from miserable conditions of the world. Enthusiasm to bring people up, to help them escape from much as of money. And the revolutionary spirit, because one is materially, so there's a revolutionary spirit for those who want to be against the establishment. There's the ultimate establishment. Why be against ISKCON? ISKCON's nothing. It has a little power, a few people against ISKCON. What kind of revolutionary are you? ISKCON's nothing. Be against Maya. Let's get serious here. If you want to be against powers that be, Maya is the power that be in the material world. For those who want to be revolutionaries, take her on. Oh, I can't fight mine. Even, there's so many revolutionary guerrilla movements. They fight against stronger powers. The Vietnamese defeated the United States of America. Forced the Americans to retreat. By determination, so much. So there's compassion, there's dedication, there's a sense of spiritual revolution, of just hating this materialistic way of life, and this, what would you say? Institutionalized illusion, established illusion, by which everyone is thinking, yes, things go away. Eagerness to please, Krishna, all of these things stop. So our business is to and carry them forward. Your business, my business is to hang out a little bit longer and then disappear in my turn. Let's see. But their business is to carry this for me. So you're blessed by Kadamba. See instructions and example. Keep all of those with you. Keep all of those in your hands. Make it your mission. Founded an institution. He wrote that famous essay about Putana and the evils of institutions, and yet he founded one. So both things have to be seen. On the one side, without institution, it's very hard to maintain something and keep something going forward. Institution, in fact, there's a sociologist of religion, he said, religious organization, religious movements benefit most and suffer most from institutionalization. They benefit most and suffer most. We know that there's so many advantages to an institution. Without the institution, things wouldn't go forward. Part of the success of Srila Prabhupada's movement after Prabhupada's departure is that he formed a very strong institution. Other Gaudiya Vaishnavas had taught Krishna consciousness, they made disciples, they've done various things, but they hadn't formed such a strong institution. So Prabhupada was very focused on that, very particular about that, very diligent about that. And at the same time, you don't want the conventions of the institution to suffocate the spiritual impulse, which is the life of devotional service. You don't want it to become just humdrum, pedestrian, with everything carefully defined by a rule or an ordinance. You want spontaneity, you want life, you want spontaneity in life. So that we need to also cultivate, as institutions need to be carefully overseen and strengthened. So at the same time, maybe a little paradoxically, our independent nature needs to be strengthened. Not independence of doing something, what would we say, contrary to the institution, but in the sense of having life. Having life. Kanana, it was interesting. We discussed this also. He, on the one side, was such a gifted manager and such an institution man, and on the other side, he was rather uncomfortable with institutions. He didn't like them. He had this hermit side to him, the side that would rather go off somewhere and chant Hare Krishna, do kirtan, or do something else, not be at all concerned about institutions and meetings and all of that kind of stuff. So that part of us, we want to keep alive in ourselves and in the institution. I've sometimes thought about it, that the life of religious institutions is saints. The life of a religious institution is its saints. There may be, big institution, it's got property and it's got so much, it's got people, it's got property, it's got money, but it lives because of its saints. What inspires people is not how much money the church has, or how many buildings, or how big the building is, or how many people come for a festival. But it's the lives of the saintly people who dedicated themselves, who have the example of humility, of compassion, of tolerance, of enthusiasm, of sometimes being willing to be different, of not being constrained by laws and rules, but having real a life dedicated to God, a life dedicated to service, dedicated to to Krishna, spiritual message, filled with love and devotion and everything that is devotion serves. So Putin is trying to kill Krishna. Putin is trying to kill Krishna. So, and it's Krishna that's the life of Jivanam Sarvabhuteshu. He's the life of all that lives. He's the life of the devotee. So that life has to be there. Krishna has to be there finally, not just rules, not just obedience, but Krishna consciousness. So that we have to always keep before us, that we want to serve the institution, we want to carry forward the institution. But we want it to be a living institution. That means Krishna.
Mahabharata. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much for your valuable association. Guru Maharaj often said, everything for the pleasure of the Lord, everything for the pleasure of the Lord. Could you please help me? How can I become more determined, really to want to please Krishna's senses, as a how can I have the more stronger desire, as how to overcome the own weaknesses and how to control the mind and the senses who want something else than to please Krishna. Could you please give advice regarding this?
A little capsule. Chant Hare Krishna. Every case is different. What I need and what the next person needs may be a little different. What will inspire me and what will inspire the next person may be a little different. But our essence is to chant holy name of Krishna. Holy name of Krishna, everything's there. Nama Binaki Chunahi Goar nothing else in 14 worlds but the holy name of Krishna. So by chanting Hare Krishna with determination, with enthusiasm, with attention, with adar, there means honor, regard for the holy name. With that, with the holy name, center of our life, everything will come. Now there's so many other answers. By austerity, we get determination. By, fill in the blank. There are many other ways to develop determination. By remembering the spiritual master, his example, yes, determination. There are many, many answers that one could give. Finally, the holy name, Krishna. We depend on Krishna. We reach out to Krishna. Please help me. Please help me. So, on our own, we have no power. But
now Sukhiyanti, Mataji.
Krishna helps. Yes.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All goes to Prabhupada. You were speaking about institution, and I'm wondering, I live in a community where it's very old school, that there's still kind of very much authoritative system, and I find it very different from other locations I lived before. And I feel that Guru Maharaj's disciples are a bit rebels many times. And here I feel like a bit of a rebel. I don't agree with everything. I think things can be done better. But still I want to learn, the respectful mentality a Vaishnava should have towards their authorities, because I see it is our culture. So there's a bit of a conflict between having your own opinion and expressing it and disagreeing with your authorities and still accepting your authorities, even if they're wrong. And I'm wondering if you can say something about that, how to handle that.
Thoughts about that. We handle things when we're in an authoritarian culture, old school, and they want to have a hand on everything and determine how everything's going to go and what everyone's going to do. And we feel ourselves to be a bit rebellious. One thought is just do something. Do something. They don't own all the territory. When we're in their domain, do the things that we're supposed to do. That's probably good. The authority works. The totalitarian regimes can be really great for getting things done. They can just kick out anything that gets in the way. They can just execute someone or, whatever they need to do to carry forth their purposes. So they can be tremendously efficient and really get things done. So we can cooperate in what they want to get done. Ultimately, we agree with. They want to distribute books. They want to worship the deity. They want to do so many things for devotional service. All right. But then we can do something more. Let me pick out something which is perhaps they haven't thought of, or they're not looking at, or they haven't figured out how to control yet, or it's just not on their priority list, or they're not looking, or whatever it is, and do something. Do something. I won't mention names, but Kanana and I were remembering one of our favorite devotees, and we both, he was on the favorites list of both of us, because he does things. He's not at all in line with the usual expectations of the institution. The institution always has problems with him, but man, he does things. He's always doing something, and it's always good. It's always spreading Krishna consciousness, and it's all seat of the pants, as they say. It's on his own initiative, on his own inspiration. Doesn't wait for someone to say, yes, okay, you can do this, and here's your budget, and here are your assistants, and here are your limits, and here's... No, just does it. Just does it. So he's... so he was on our heroes list, both of us. So it may be small, it may be... And small sometimes becomes big. Again, Gurujan Prabhu, we just needed to have a little small ashram in Govardhan so that his courses could go on. And so he did a little something. And Krishna gave him a huge project. Giriraj gave him a huge facility. So we don't know. But that's key, do something. Those who just gripe or complain or grumble, just creates further tension for both sides. But if you do something, then you'll feel happiness. You'll feel some inspiration. You'll own something, and in time, others may come around and say, "Well, gotta hand it to her. She's this, but." So do something. That's what rebels do. They do something. They like in business. They like that word disruption. So that's how you disrupt things. You just do something. You just do something good, and it can change so much. Yes, Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much. There's no more questions at the moment from the floor here, and we will carry on with our program. We just wanted to show you something that the devotees here made very nicely. So this is the Hare Krishna wish-fulfilling tree. that Maharaj really liked.
Can you get in closer? I can't really see.
So they've made a tree here.
Ah,
And this
What?
quote.
lost audio here.
So Maharaj, we will carry on our program here.
All right, we'll
And
carry on.
likewise you there. But thank you very much for joining and addressing all the devotees. And next Saturday in the tribute session, we'll have Keshav Swami log on to address us next Saturday, and then we arrive in Vrindavan. And Maharaj, thank you. We have your books here, which we'll be distributing as well.
Next year, next week. How wonderful. And all those who come to Vrindavan, I look forward to seeing you there. And those in the UK and in Europe, I look forward to meeting you on that side.
His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj ki.
Jai.
Kanana Maharaj ki.
Jai.
Gopal ki. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki. Jai. Hari Bol.
So thank you very much for the technical team up there for making that manifest. So a round of applause for them. We have Kushal Prabhu, who's been probably kept him up till midnight every night for the last week doing videos and stuff. And then Nityananda and Manish from the Haveli team. So thank you very much. Now we'd like to invite one of Kadamba Kanana Swami's godbrothers, His Grace Pradyumna Prabhu, who's the temple president of Leicester. Many of you know him. He's very dear to us. And he was born and bred up here, grew up here at the manor. And if Keshav Swami can guide him, so please come on up, Pradyumna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubheva patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So I'd like to share with you the last time I met with Kadamba Kanana Maharaj here in London at the home of Krishna Kirtan Prabhu. And it was literally the last night before he was going to fly out to India. My realization of meeting him that evening, I sat with him, I must have sat with him for a couple of hours, but the more I thought about that time, the more I continued to think about that time with him. What I realized was whether it's 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20, or even 30 years of association with a spiritual personality, I felt that it wasn't enough to actually understand the depth of such a spiritual personality. And yet we hear that a moment's association is enough to transform our lives. And each and every one of us, we have our own stories. We live our own stories of that moment of association that we've received that completely transformed our lives and brought us into the space of being a disciple, becoming dedicated to Krishna consciousness. But that association, that inspiration, where that comes from, to understand that, it isn't an immediate or easy thing. It's ongoing. And now for us, it continues to be ongoing as we come together to be absorbed in observing today, observing Vyasa Puja, observing every day in separation, and trying to reach out to understand whose association was I actually in, and how much have I really captured that. So that was very strongly going through my mind while I was sitting there, and while I drove, and after I drove off. I thought, wow, I've been with this person for so long, but what am I hearing? And as I gave attention to what I was hearing and how Maharaj was speaking that evening, I thought, here's my older godbrother, somebody who I have love, respect, a lot of awe and reverence, and a lot of feelings of wish I could be like you. But here he is sitting here, and he's about to fly off because he's getting ready to complete his life and perfect his life. And my appreciation was that he lived his life the way Guru Maharaj wanted him to live it. And now he's going to perfect that life the way Guru Maharaj has instructed. And of course he's made a lot of practical arrangements for completing and perfecting his final days. But I sat, and my awe and my love and my respect for him just, I don't think I had the words at that time. I was also very nervous sitting here, and what should my words be, or flying out tomorrow. And this is my last time to be absorbed in your physical presence. In Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna asks the question, how do I know someone's in divine consciousness? And the first word that Arjuna asks to understand is bhasha. What's the language of such a person? And Srila Prabhupada elaborates in the purport that the language of such a person, or the speech of a person in divine consciousness, gives us indication. The speech is the most important part of that divine consciousness or expression. So by that speech we get a glimpse, and even that we may not fully understand. But we get a glimpse that how this person is absorbed in divine consciousness, Krishna consciousness. So that evening for me was one to go back to and reflect on. And that's why I wanted to share that with everyone today. It's not something I've spoken about up until today. And while I was sitting there, I, took the opportunity to ask him a couple of questions. And one of my questions was to ask him what his reflections on being a disciple was. I wanted to know what could you leave for me, Maharaj, that I may be able to learn from you and follow you a little, emulate your discipleship in service to Guru Maharaj. And he said a couple of things, which are very relevant for me, but very relevant for all of us as Maharaj's disciples. He said, first, as disciples of Guru Maharaj, we are privileged. For disciples of Jayadvaita Maharaj, we are very few. And that's a privilege. But he said, And he became very animated, as he usually does. He said, I don't mean walking around pompously thinking I'm one of the few of Jayadvaita Swami's disciples. You know exactly how he would have done that. But he said, what I mean and what I realize by this idea of being a privileged person to be the disciple of Jayadvaita Maharaj is, what is my meditation? What is my meditation of how I'm going to live this privilege? Now, I saw Maharaj as somebody who lived that privilege. He lived the instruction, he lived the request. And if a new request would come, he embraced it. He delivered on it. And then he said, the spiritual master's words are dear to us. They give us a glimpse into the realizations of the spiritual master. So he said to me, please do this, please preserve the words of Guru Maharaj, for us to live them, remember them, but also for us to share them of how these words can help others in spiritual life. He went on to give some practical things around preserving Guru Maharaj's words. But as my question to him was that of a disciple and wanting to improve and grow as a disciple, and here was my older godbrother who has done that, I considered those to be two very powerful gifts that he left me with in that final meeting. He left me with that blessing, which I will continue to think about. I'd mentioned to Krishna Kirtan Prabhu when he offered this invitation to share some words that I said the 9th of March, the 10th of March are 2 consecutive days of lamentation. The 9th of March, the lamentation of being separated from His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. The 10th of March, the lamentation of being separated from His Grace Sritidharma Prabhu. 2 brothers, 2 consecutive days. But as I think about them both, one thing I truly believe is that they invested in us. And my meditation is that I am because of their investment. I am because of their investment in me. And so, as we think about how we all are because of Maharaj's investment in us, and how we remember his words, his instructions, his inspiration, the many moments of association which continue to transform our lives. Today is really a day for committing, recommitting, realigning, and offering ourselves to Maharaj and all spiritual personalities who have touched our lives, that how can I fulfill this investment that you've given me and live my life in the way you desired for me? How can I become a good return on your investment? So I invite you to make that part of our meditation for today. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pradyumna Prabhu, so much for addressing us, and indeed a privilege to be a disciple of any of our spiritual leaders in this wonderful movement. I see many of you here are not only disciples of Kadamba Kanana Swami, disciples of other spiritual masters, and it's wonderful to see such a community gathering like this where people are thinking broader, and we welcome all of you and thank you for coming today. Regarding Kadamba Kanana Swami's discipleship, we have 2 little videos of Kadamba Kanana Swami in relationship to his spiritual master Jayadvaita Swami, of their first meeting and their last meeting.
Right, so he's walking with this stack, he has a stack of cups. And so, being a wise guy, I said, "Oh, hungry Maharaj?" Did make a connection with Jayadvaita Swami, then, who came in 1978 to Vrindavan. And there was a table with Mahaprasadam at the back of the temple. And I'm seeing this sannyasi, and the Mahaprasadam come in these leaf cups, donuts, and he has a whole stack of them like this, right? So he's walking with this stack, he has a stack of cups. And so, being a wise guy, I said, "Oh, hungry Maharaj?"
Now we're going to start the glorifications from different devotees, and as Jayadvaita Swami mentioned in his response to Gurudas Prabhu, he said that an institution is made up of the saints in it. So now we have a, I don't know what that means, but yeah, we now will have a video from different saints from our movement and leaders who will be remembering Kadamba Kanana Swami. And then we'll invite people from the floor to come up and speak for 2 to 3 minutes. So if you are thinking about speaking and you can keep to 2 to 3 minutes, then please be ready. Or I'll just stand at the back for the next 10 minutes. You can come and approach me. Hare Krishna.
In his last days, chanting 16 rounds was hard for him. When your body's falling apart and you've had to give up eating and you hardly get any sleep and you're besieged by pain and you're not taking any medications, how can you chant? But he would do it. Even if it would take all day. I said to him one day, "Maharaj, if it's too hard to chant, that's all right. Each bead can count for a round." He said, "Maharaj, please don't give that order. Please don't give that order. I have to chant."
Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, he
fearlessly and dutifully did whatever he was asked to serve the mission. Yet he was always focused on the essence, the very heart of Krishna consciousness and the will of Srila Prabhupada and our acharyas. The obstacles that he overcame in his enthusiasm and compassion to the duty of Guru and Gauranga are historical. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj attracted thousands and thousands of people's hearts to the lotus feet of Shri Shri Radha and Shyam Sundar. And when the time had come, he returned to Vrindavan, following Srila Prabhupada's footsteps. I am forever grateful for his friendship, his inspiration, and his life of devotion.
Of course, then Kadamba Swami's preaching was very successful. He was a very natural preacher. Combined with his kirtans, he was touching the youth. His preaching took off very strongly in different parts. And Maharaj, he had his way of intensifying his whole being in his kirtan. In this way, he would bring the bhajans and the kirtans to a level which is very hard to describe. It's a wonderful experience how Maharaj could transcend into the kirtan.
Please, all of you, disciples of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, I know many of you, and I know you to be very, very dedicated and sincere disciples of your spiritual master. So please just try to embrace this point that the relationship is eternal, it is still going on, and particularly Maharaj is present in his instructions, and really try and live by his instructions, live with his instructions. And of course, meditate on him, remember him, or particularly make the foundation of the relationship as much as you're able, based on being absorbed in his instructions to you, and you'll feel the connection.
You're a man of character and integrity. You were strong and kept your word. And you are like a loving father in taking care of your disciple children. You had so much faith in and taste for chanting the holy name, both japa and kirtan. I relish chanting japa with you and singing in kirtan with you. Dear Maharaj, how I miss you now. There was never anyone like you, and there never will be. I pray that you will put in a word with Srila Prabhupada and his lords to bring me to you all after I have done what they want me to do here in this world. And we shall all be reunited again in service to Srila Prabhupada, the holy names, and the Vaishnavas. Maharaj, I love you.
I remember he had this one saying that love and trust, I love everybody. Trust, that has to be earned, you know. And I've thought about that many, many, many times over the years, and the way he said it, and also it's something that I've tried to apply, you know, in my own life, not to be too naive in dealing with the world and dealing with different situations, and at the same time, you know, the love part, trying to cultivate the heart of a Vaishnava.
Well, the disciples of His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami. Up to three tattvas: Vishnu tattva, Shiva tattva, Guru tattva. Guru tattva is most difficult to understand because Guru, he can represent all the other tattvas. Every relationship with Krishna has some unique feature to it. It is this relationship with Krishna that Krishna and his devotees enjoy together, transcendental bliss.
He had such penetrating shastric spiritual intelligence as well. And he was so concerned, and he helped so many devotees. And when he gave someone shelter, he really gave them shelter. But he was so shastrically astute, and he especially was a devotee to one special book, the Chaitanya Charitamrita. His spiritual master told him to begin accepting disciples. It wasn't his desire, but he immediately did that. He was fixed, determinedly fixed, surrendered to his Guru, and so surrendered to Srila Prabhupada and his mission. He loved Prabhupada. He had such deep veneration for Prabhupada, and because of that, he had determination, fixed determination in Prabhupada's mission, and he would do anything for Prabhupada in his mission. Practically speaking, a genius, a true leader, such a true leader, so surrendered to Guru, to Srila Prabhupada and Prabhupada's mission. And what can I say? A person one could really open one's heart to, a person who is very real, not pretentious at all. He was just such a friend, such a leader, and such a wonderful, determined sannyasi, and such a kind-hearted devotee. We will miss him, certainly, and what a glorious person. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Really, for me, his deep realizations were the most astonishing and nourishing feature of our long friendship. His last words to me in Vrindavan were, "We will meet again on the other side." All of us can meet His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, not just on the other side, no, but we can meet him now here. He is a very, very admirable personality for me. Many lessons, many wonderful memories of such a noble life and noble departure. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki jai.
Durganepati name is just My path is very difficult. My feet are slipping again and again. But by the stick of the mercy of the devotees, I can stay on the path.
So thank you, Kushal, for making that video, staying up many late nights to find those quotes and videos. Now we'd like to, nobody came to approach me, so I'm going to spontaneously pick on people who I think have something to share. So we're going to start with Vaishnav Prabhu here. He's part of the senior management team here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. I remember at his initiation, Maharaj gave him the name, and he burst out crying like a young baby, and not in an embarrassing way, but in a very pure way. The love and the blessing that Maharaj gave in the names. And for many of you, I know Arjuna Acharya had been there when he's deciding names it's a very deep thing. He doesn't just look at the first letter and just have an app and just like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, KK and this and that, you know. He really thinks about the personality and gives them something in the name which they can work towards. And when he gave him the name Vaishnav Sarvabhauma, that touched something very soft. So, Vaishnav Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Vancha Kalpatarupasya Kripa Sindhubhaya Vijapatitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavabhyo Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna. I'd like to start off with expressing my gratitude to all those devotees who envisioned and organized this program of memory. It's a very good opportunity for us to reconnect and remember Maharaj. Maharaj always wanted us to remember him. Maharaj always wanted us to connect with him. So it's a very good opportunity. Thank you so much. Maharaj's relationship with me, or rather my relationship with Maharaj, I really feel that it continues to grow. My appreciation for Maharaj continues to grow. My gratitude to Maharaj continues to grow day by day, because the relationship that we don't necessarily ask for or envision having is a relationship that comes to us from Krishna. We may feel that, yes, we do some sort of analysis on how we will choose the right person, and we try to put the spiritual master in a particular category, and we tick a box that, yes, this personality is perfect. But that wasn't necessarily how it worked for me. I really feel that this was an arranged relationship. And the beauty of an arranged relationship is it can be a little bit of going into the unknown, but then it's something that you accept as a blessing from Krishna, and you continue to develop again and again and deeper and deeper. My last interaction with Maharaj was that Maharaj said thank you, and he wasn't really able to speak. This was quite close to those last days. But my last vision of Maharaj, Maharaj many times in lectures he made fun of looks, and many times fun of his looks. But I remember as Maharaj was in the palanquin, the first thought that came to my mind was beautiful. I never thought of that before with Maharaj, but it was very loud, it was very clear. Maharaj looked amazingly beautiful. We pray that we can continue to develop our relationship with Maharaj, and may we always, to the suprememost category, hold strong to that relationship beyond any other. His Holiness Kadamba Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Vaishnav Prabhu. Now I'd like to invite Nikunja Mataji up. She's helped to coordinate the program today. Nobody volunteered, so I'm picking on people. So please come, let's give her a round of applause to encourage her. And then next, if we can have Nishkinchana ready, and then Arjunacharya. I'm getting death threats.
Hare Krishna. Vanchakalpatarubhyasya kripa sindhuve cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Hare Krishna. I'm extremely nervous. I wasn't expecting this, but always think of Guru Maharaj in a way who has, I feel Guru Maharaj has changed my life entirely. I felt some was totally lost, couldn't understand whether to stay or to go. And glorious Prishapura Mataji, she advised me to start listening to Guru Maharaj's classes and kirtan. And when I had an opportunity to actually meet Guru Maharaj in person, I really felt that connection. It was just few minutes with Guru Maharaj and Keshava Maharaj. But in that meeting, Guru Maharaj really touched my heart. I didn't need to tell him much, as if he already knew so much about me. And he just said that continue doing what you are doing. Everyone says that you do a lot of seva, but if you don't do it, then what's the point? And he said, I would do the same if I could. So just do what you are doing, don't stop. And Guru Maharaj also said that, I asked him, I said, what should be my life going onwards after the initiation? And his instructions and his blessings, that little I could do now, he said, dedicate your life, whatever you can, try to do everything for manner, continue serving. And these were his words, and he said, try and move near to temple. So that's what I'm trying to do now. So yes, I'm begging mercy from all my God family here to continue support me going onwards and remain under the shelter of Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Nikunja Mataji had a health scare in the, was it the summer? September 2022, and at the same time, Kadamba Swami was going through his thing. And the level of detail that he was researching about the medical condition and the options, and he demanded that we organize a meeting, even though I was trying to protect him from meeting devotees, shows the level of depth of his concern and his love for his disciples. And now we have Nishkinchana Chaitanya Prabhu. He helps run the School of Bhakti here, and he's driven Maharaj many times and put on both deep and humorous plays for the pleasure of Maharaj. So, Nishkinchana Chaitanya Prabhu.
Vanchakalpa tarubhyascha kripasindhubhyascha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj ki. Yeah, I was just sharing earlier on with Gurudas how we were recollecting how sometimes before the Vyas Pujas start, in Radhadesh, we'd go there, and then he'd tell me like a week beforehand, Nishkinchana, this year, don't bother putting on a skit. We've done it so many years. Let's leave the dramas and stuff. This year we want to make it a bit more serious, So I was like, no problem. And then we get there. And the first thing we do when we get to Radhadesh, we go to Maharaj's room, right? A lot of us in the brahmacharis. And then he immediately said to me, okay, so Nishkinch, I'm thinking tomorrow if you can do the skit. And I'm like, and then he's like, okay, this is the way it is, So every time when it comes to Maharaj, it always comes to the point of being put on the spot. So even today I was sitting there, minding my own business, just enjoying the glorifications, and then Krishna Kirtan comes to me, okay, you're going to go up to speak. I was like, oh, okay. So again, we find ourselves in a similar position. Maharaj, it's been a year now, and since Maharaj has left, there have been those times where you see Maharaj, that these are the times when Maharaj is going to come to England, like Rath Yatra time, these kind of times, and you miss him a lot now, at least I do, because that in a normal year, he would be here. I'd be driving him, picking up from the airport. He'd miss his associations. He'd be sitting on the sofa in someone's house, kind of like lounging, but giving lots of nectar. And in one sense, at least in this mature realm, we may not get that now. But as Sachinandan Maharaj said, of course, we'll reunite with Maharaj again on the other side. But I remember in one of his last Zoom sessions, Maharaj said that now that I'm actually going, but I'm actually going to be keeping more of an eye on you than even when I was actually present with you. And boy, oh boy, since Maharaj left, I see that actually more and more. Like, the way in which Maharaj is like reciprocating with myself in my life and the people that are close to me, it's uncanny. I seem to be thinking more about Maharaj, his words and instructions now, more than I did actually when Maharaj was here. And he seems to be also, especially when it comes to the manner and the UK Yatra, he seems to be bringing up a lot of the God siblings and putting them in key positions and getting to take on more and more responsibilities. I'm interacting more with my God siblings now and getting to know them more than I actually did before. And I'm very, very convinced that it's Maharaj's doing. He's there, you know, the puppeteer, working on all of us, getting us to develop the UK Yatra. And Maharaj is that. He's an expert leader, a manager, and he does it with such an effortless way. He's not like a micromanager. He once said to me that, you know, when it comes to Rath Yatra, I just stand there and just, you know, make friends with people, and that's how I develop my connections. It's not that he's making like this intense, like, you know, beeline for people. It's just through strength of his personality, he gets to develop those connections, and then the samskaras that he puts in people's hearts makes them actually come towards him and then surrender themselves. So Maharaj is an incredible personality, and one of the things I find amazing is one of the last instructions he gave was he wanted all of us to be kind. So initially I was thinking kindness means, okay, yeah, that means, you know, being polite to people and, you know, compassionate and things like that. But then kindness can also mean work on various different levels. Kindness is also, what am I doing to help this person come close to Krishna? So Maharaj did that. He was not just cordial with people and humorous, but he was also looking at how can I connect this person to Krishna? And then also being kind is not just connect them in a direct kind of like, you know, bulldozer way, but connecting them in a way that appeals to their conditioning according to their nature. And this is an art which in spirituality is very, very needed, where Maharaj can see who you are and connect you based on what appeals to you as a person. Maharaj did that with me as well. Many times we would have conversation in the car, and he knew that I was into history and things like that. And then he would just randomly, like, you know, tell me to, like, check out this video on YouTube on how the Dutch went to America and established New York City. And I don't know, to this day, I don't know how it's connected to Krishna consciousness, but maybe in the future the connection will be there. So maybe it'll come, because that's another thing with Maharaj. He'll give little snippets of wisdom and phrases and remarks, and you don't know what's the relevance of it. But then 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, it's like, oh, the light bulb goes on, and it's like, oh yeah, now I'm going through this, and I remember Maharaj said that to me, now it all makes sense. So the relationship with Maharaj is ongoing, is developing, and as Bhaktivinoda Thakur said, the very famous quote, he reasons ill who tell that Vaishnavas die when thou art living still in sound. And the Vaishnavas died to live, and living spread the holy names around. So Maharaj, you know, he hasn't died in that sense. He hasn't actually left us. He's very much with us. And I think the future will just get better and better. I think all of us, if we just keep connecting with Maharaj, Maharaj's presence will be there with us individually, and also with the projects and the preaching that we're doing to develop the yatra and reinvent ourselves with the yatra going forward for the future. His Holiness Kanana Swami Maharaj ki.
Thank you, Prabhu. I had a dream 2 weeks ago where Kadamba Swami was standing outside just where Prabhu is, and he had his sannyas cloth. And I know Nimai Mataji seen this when he was doing this with Charu when he was young, but he was getting the chada and entertaining people, like saying, This is how I fly, and then it was like a cape, and this is my tie when I put it at the front. And then I saw him, and I was completely bewildered because in some sense he's left. And then I came, and then he saw me, and he saw the shock in my eye, and then we came and sat down just inside there in the corner of the Haveli. And there was actually, the program was his memorial. It wasn't set up like this, but the occasion was that. And then he sat down on one of these chairs, and he had a black book, and there was a conversation going on. In the black book, it had actually said, "So how is Gopi?" referring to our god sister who's struggling with her final days at the moment, Gopi Chandan Mataji. And then I peered into the book to have a look, and he had notes on all of us, and it was current. And it was a very profound dream, and I woke up, I went to my wife, and I said, "Oh my God, you know, like, this is a serious dream. This is not like just the kitchery of thoughts." And it really gave me faith that he's very much here. He knows what's going on. So we got to keep communicating with him. We got to keep turning up and doing our thing so that he stays active in our life. It's the responsibilities on us, just like Nish Kinchana Prabhu said. He used to come. We went to Vrindavan. He was very happy when we went to see him in the final months. But we have to now put the ball in his court. And with that, I want to invite Arjuna Acharya Prabhu. He was there for those final months, serving as a secretary along with Sankirtan Priya. Is Sankirtan here? No, okay. So Arjuna Acharya Prabhu, if you'd like to come up, and then if we can have Adi Ganga ready and Jagannath. My humble request is if everybody could try and speak just for 2 minutes so that we can get more people speaking.
Hare Krishna. I'm very honored to stand here today in front of all of my God family and offer some words of appreciation for Guru Maharaj. Please give me your blessings to glorify him in a nice way. When I was serving Kadamba Kanana Swami, it was the biggest adventure of my life. He would tell me lots of stories about when he was a child, how he used to play The Floor is Lava, and he used to jump with his brother and sister across his parents' bedroom, one time knocking over a very expensive bag of makeup of his mum's, and I think putting it on his brother to make him look like the guilty one. He told me that his dad was a very successful entrepreneur. He was a textile engineer. And as a result of that, he was always primed and raised to take on the family business. And he said to me once, I could have sat down in Vrindavan like Ahindra Prabhu, but that was not my karma. I loved to sing, but it wasn't my karma to sit down and do kirtan. I did that, but I did other things as well. And I think many people in ISKCON noticed that. His Holiness Jayapataka Swami engaged him in Mayapur, and His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami, soon after he took sannyas, advised him to go to Spain. And not many people know about what he did in Spain, but he saved the farm from being sold. And not many people know about the challenges that he had there. He told me a few very funny stories about what happened in Spain. On the first day, he went to meet someone in their room, and he had a picture of the previous temple president, and next to it, he had a can of petrol and matches. Maharaj looked at him and he just thought, okay, not the right time, it's in the middle of a ceremony. I don't want to get the karma. He then had a meeting with that devotee, but he didn't show up. Instead, someone else came barging into the room with a shotgun. He came to his table and he threw the shotgun down and he said, "Devotees shouldn't carry shotguns." And I saw one with a shotgun, so I took it and I'm bringing it here for you, the management. Now you deal with it. And he just walks out. And soon after that, he had another meeting, I think in the next day, and there was some sort of a gas leak. And an engineer came over from wherever, the gas company. And he said, "Okay, we're just going to figure out where the gas leak came from." So he lit a match and just threw it on the ground, and the entire kitchen burst up into flames, and Mara just walked out of there. And he just said to me, I don't know what took over me to come here, but he wanted to leave. But he never did. He stuck it out, and he faced serious adversity. This is just his first month in Spain, and he spent about, I think, 6 years there. And he brought the farm out of a very troubled situation, cultivated so many people, I think learned Spanish. He also learned so many other languages and really preached to them. And one thing a sannyasi said when he came to the room of Guru Maharaj just before he was passing, a week before, he said, "People talk about love, and they don't realize that everything this man has done in Spain, in Mayapur, in Vrindavan, in New York, that is real love, and that is our true example." He was exemplary because he used his nature and what he was primed for when he was younger, managerial responsibilities, all for Krishna's service, and he did it fearlessly. So I offer my obeisances to Guru Maharaj, and I pray that we can always serve him fearlessly as he did. So to his Guru Maharaj, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Arjuna Acharya Prabhu. I would like to invite, raise your hands if you're Gujarati here. Okay, then I have permission. We'd like to call up Ruchi. She's a Gujarati superstar on the internet, and all the other ladies are saying no, so please come. And then we'll have Gurudas Prabhu, and then we'll get ready for the time, which will be 12:08, which is when Maharaj, according to the London time, had left this world.
I'm going to have to do what Krishna Kirtan Prabhu did. I'm very, very unprepared. I was not expecting to come up to the stage. I guess I will share maybe a little pastime that as a new initiate had with Guru Maharaj in his kind of final year. And I feel very, very grateful that even as a new initiate, I got to have some intimate moments with Guru Maharaj. And those are some of the best moments of my life. And I, till this day, have been holding on to those. I'll share maybe one of the pastimes. I wasn't expecting to come up, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Okay, maybe I'll share... I'll share my very first interaction with Guru Maharaj, and it's called Tag Along. So I first personally met His Holiness Kanana Maharaj at his Vyasa Puja, where Karunika was going to, and she just decided to invite me, and I was free that weekend, and I just decided to go along. That was in Germany, I think, 2022. And so Karunika had a meeting with Maharaj, and she just invited me along to come as well. And I was nervous, and I was like, is it okay that I come with you? Yeah, he doesn't know who I am. He's going to maybe question if I can actually be there. And she said, no, it'll be fine, just come along. I'm the least formal person. I'm quite a colloquial individual, and so I wasn't prepared on knowing what to say to him in front of his presence. What will I do? What will I say? What do I do in his presence? I had no idea. And so, anyway, the time came. It was around 6 o'clock, I think, and we waited outside his room, waited patiently, only to realize he was actually he'd actually gone on a walk, so he met us kind of outside. And on entering kind of the building, he acknowledged Karunika, and he was like, yes, Karunika, I'm ready for our meeting. You can come up. And so I just stood there awkwardly, thinking he's probably not even going to notice. I'll just kind of follow behind. And as we know Maharaj, he is so observant, he never misses a thing. And so he kind of just turned over and looked at me. And he's like, yes, so who are you? And I just kind of froze and thought, just blurted out, I'm just tagging along. I'm just tagging along. And he was like, okay. He kind of paused for a little bit. And then, he just replied, okay, tag along, you can come too. And then I just remember us walking into the room, and that was the start of a very, very special relationship. And I can just hand on heart say Maharaj completely changed my life that day. I went from being a person who had one foot in, one foot out. There was things I very much enjoyed about the movement, but I wasn't very serious. And that day, he changed my life. And that's the kind of beginning of the story. So I'm just so grateful, number one, for Karunika, for inviting me that day, but also to Guru Maharaj. As for many, I know he has transformed their lives, and I can say I'm one of them. Yeah. Thank you so much, Hare Krishna. His Holiness Kanana Maharaj Ki Jai.
Now we have Guru Das Prabhu from Leicester, who's a brahmachari here at the manor. This will be fun. So.
His Holiness Kanana Maharaj Ki. To just facilitate some remembrance of Maharaj, we just have a couple of minutes. So I went traveling with Maharaj in 2010, and I was really nervous, and he accommodated me so well. I remember in the at night time, we were sleeping in one devotee's house in Amsterdam, and Maharaj literally came to me and tucked me in bed, and he was laughing. And then in the morning, he said, they were discussing prasadam and stuff, breakfast, and one devotee was like, okay, we've got some sabji and stuff. He goes, this is Atish, he ain't going to eat sabji, he wants cornflakes, give him cornflakes, toast. When we went to Vrindavan, there was this Chinese Sangha with Chinese Vaishnavas, and they gave Maharaj a gift, and it was a massage gift. It was an electronic massager. And so then we went into Maharaj's room, it was just me and him, and he says, yeah, go on, try it out. And I was like, okay, and then we plugged it in, and I didn't know it was more or less it was from China, yeah, and it was this machine. And he goes, try it, and I put all the pods and everything on my arm, and then Maharaj put it on, and it was so painful, the whole muscle, that I started like effing and things like that in front of Maharaj. And then I realized Maharaj is there, and then Maharaj just started laughing. He was in like a rocking chair, and he goes, do it again, do it again, do it again. And then Maharaj put up the electric shock or whatever it was. So that was something. Once me and Maharaj were just going through. So Maharaj was also a hippie-ish back in the day, and we were actually going through, like what drugs have you done and what drugs have I done? So then I told Maharaj, like, yeah, I've done a bit of this, and I goes, that's all kid stuff. So once I was, this was 2013, so I went to meet Maharaj again. I went to Simachalam, May time, and Suttapa Prabhu, Keshav Maharaj at that, Suttapa Prabhu then, and I said to Maharaj, let's give Suttapa a call. It's his birthday. It's May the 30th. It's his birthday, and Maharaj says, no, I don't. That's not my thing. Prabhupada didn't do that. Like just be his disciples' birthdays and things. And then I brought it up again, and then Maharaj literally pushed me because why are you pressurizing me? Why are you pressurizing me? And my head actually hit the wall. And then I go, Maharaj, you're pressurizing me now. And then Maharaj started laughing then. A couple more minutes. Once Maharaj says to me, he goes, you know what type of animal you are? And I was like, he goes, you're a bear. He goes, you got that grizzly side, but you like honey, you're round, and it's like. Then I said to Maharaj, I didn't realize, I just said it. I go, well, what type of animal are you then? And then I was like, shh. And then Maharaj says, he goes, I'm like a bird with claws, and people who are too soft and gooey, they get scared. That was, I'll tell you one last time. I'll finish on a semi-serious point. First time I met Maharaj, properly introduced as an aspiring disciple, I was asking lots of questions. It was me, Suttapa Prabhu, and Krishna Kirtan Prabhu in Hara Mataji's house. And I was just firing question one after another. And then Maharaj then said to me, he goes, don't try to squeeze the orange. It's about serving the spiritual master. And one of the last things Maharaj said to me in his physical appearance is, you belong to me, you belong to Srila Prabhupada, you're a Sankirtan devotee, I've invested in you. And then he says that a lifetime of pleasing the spiritual master, not always easy, but it's a must. His Holiness, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki!
Thank you, Guru Das Prabhu. That was very nice. Thank you. Maharaj at our initiation, he said to us, he said, you are giving your body to me today. Your body belongs to me today. But I'm temporarily giving this body back to you so you can serve Srila Prabhupada. But remember, you belong to me. Now, as we embark on the time of when Maharaj went back to Godhead, we'll have a video in 1 minute, but if everybody wants to just close their eyes. Try and reflect on the life of Maharaj, what he said, did, and the example he left.
Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada ki!
Death is not as dramatic as it appears to be. Those who serve Krishna, they get eternal life. Therefore, that's the cutting edge, to serve Krishna, so that we may get eternal life.
To revive our eternal relationship with Krishna in pure devotional service. He did this wonderfully by his words, by his kirtan, and direction that he gave, and by all that he accomplished. With heroic valor, he spread and strengthened and protected the mission of Krishna consciousness given to us by Srila Prabhupada.
Anilo Premodana Kuruna Praju Heno Prabhu Kota Gila Achajataku Swaruprabha Kahasanota Kahadasa Raghunatha Patita Pava Kotagila Puranatara Ekakale Kotagila Puranatara Ekakale Kotagila Puranatara Ekakale Kotagila So I'm very glad that I could be instrumental to inspire you to remain on that path. And through my written, recorded words, recorded kirtan, and all else that remains behind, through the memories in your heart, I will continue to inspire you to stay on this path through thick and thin. When all is blissful, when all is struggle, do not waver. It is, you got the greatest treasure. Never forget. Nowhere in this world is there such wealth. The wealthiest man in the world is a pauper. You have the real wealth. Treasure it. Relish it. Cherish it. Hold it close. Hold it close. Don't become slack, neglectful. Hold it close. Chant every day. Hear every day. Carve these principles in stone. Let them be there every day. And your life will be wonderful. And at the end, go back to Godhead, and we can physically reunite and celebrate there like we've never celebrated before. I'm saying goodbye to you for just a short time. For when we will be, I'll stay with you in my words and memories. I'll be with you on the path. And I'm waiting for you on the other end to meet you again in person. Soon, soon. All we ever desired were broken pieces of glass. The Lord will give us jewels. Oh, stay on the path. Don't get lost. Come quickly. Let us join this festival of Krishna, the festival of unlimited, ever-growing love. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So, whilst we are all in this kind of contemplative mood, I invite you all to join me in a little interactive exercise in glorifying Maharaj as a community. For this, you'll need internet. So if you would like to log on using this Wi-Fi, now, being Indian, I signed up for the free subscription, so it's the first 100 that get on. So, has everyone got that down? And now if you can log on to this platform, if you go on your, camera and scan this code. And I will ask you to describe Guru Maharaj in one word. And I think the feature has been enabled so you can write different words, but don't make a sentence, so you can put different qualities. And we'll see what legacy he has left. Can we zoom into the QR code, tech people? This is too far, this thing. Huh? You have to zoom in. Anyone got it? The Wi-Fi slow. Oh. Yeah. Okay, it's working, okay. So here we can see that the words that are largest are the ones that are being repeated the most. He very much appreciated his grandmother, who was very personal to people, and He had a colorful relationship with his father, who was quite impersonal at times because of the work and stress he had. And I know many of you have been touched personally by him, and many would come to me and say, hey, is Maharaj like, he's like acting completely cool with me. Because everybody had in anticipation, he's a Swami, he's a guru, there would be some barriers, but he broke down those barriers because he saw in ISKCON that there was an issue with impersonalism in our movement, that there was hierarchies and many different layers of barriers, and he wanted to break that and be an example. And Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu had remarked after his departure that Kadamba Swami will set a revolution in ISKCON of being personal as a leader. We also have very loving, it's very beautiful. He liked this picture that we had above the sofa in our house, and he would sit underneath it, and people would come and say, I look good, right? And then I once remarked saying, Maharaj, like, because of my dental training, I kept looking at your teeth and how eroded they are. And it's like, you're just crazy. Very beautiful, very compassionate, fearless. He very much liked these two lions next to Prabhupada in Vrindavan in the temple. They're very real-looking lions. And he said, you know, I always wanted to become one of Prabhupada's lions, but a lion stands for being fearless. Very caring. He would, once he was offering arti to his Giriraj, and a devotee rang, so I answered the phone. And he said, while he was offering, he said, who is it? And I said who it was, and he said, oh, I need to speak to them. So just stop the arti just to speak to them. It's very, very caring and accommodating. So very wonderful to see all your contributions. We can see some of the big ones, a loving, compassionate, personal, and a warrior. Rukmini wrote a very lovely article after his departure, how he was a spiritual warrior, ready to get into battle against Maya and against all the issues, even within our movement, to try and improve it for all of us. Now, we'll have one more. His last word was mission, or his last audible word was mission. And Jay Dvaita Swami has remarked on this, as has Rupa Sanatana Prabhu and Vasudev, two of our senior godbrothers. But I'd like to invite all of you today to think, what does mission mean to us? How are we going to be helping the mission? And hopefully some of your answers will inspire someone else to get more involved in the mission. I asked him once when he was lying on the bed in Vrindavan, I said, what do you want to be remembered as? And he said, a Prabhupada man. If somebody says that, then I think I'm successful. Yeah, we can see dedication, commitment, service. Very much the core of Kadamba Kanana Swami. So please take a picture. You can reflect on this. We have to get serious about this mission. Once somebody came to his room and they were kind of like saying stuff, how things are difficult in their yatra and temple and stuff. He's like, yeah, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? It's easy to complain, but what are you going to do? So we all today, in honor of Maharaj, we should also think, what can we do here at the Manor? What can we do in Leicester, Crawley, and the different places where you all come from? You can do so much online nowadays. You have the Youth4C, KC-SOC. There's so many opportunities of how to get involved. Actually, in London, we're spoiled. We have so many options. In other places, they just have the temple. And there's a limited number of services. But we got so many opportunities, so many seniors that want us and will support us. So today, think about what's my next step in loving Krishna, what's my next step in serving the mission, which is the way we show love to Krishna and Prabhupada. Wonderful. Thank you very much for participating in that. Soon we're going to hear from Sachinandan Swami. Actually, we can have that now.
Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Vestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Jai Srila Prabhupada. I feel moved in my heart to address all of you today on this important annual day where we remember our Maharaj. For me, Maharaj was an extraordinary example. There's a verse in the Bhagavatam which I want to read to you, which encourages us to feel gratitude to the one who gives us Krishna consciousness. It's from the 4th canto. How can such persons who have rendered unlimited service by explaining the path of self-realization in relation to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and whose explanations are given for our enlightenment with complete conviction and Vedic evidence, be repaid, except by folding our palms containing water for their satisfaction? Yes, there's nothing in the world, maybe a little Ganga water, which we can repay, so to say, or use to repay our debt. Maharaj always lived what he preached. He was a real authentic person, and he had a motto which is truly encouraging. Look to at emergo. I struggle and I emerge. This comes from a coat of armor, which some people in Holland, a certain district or part of the country had. It shows a lion who comes out of the turbulent sea. This signifies the struggle of the Dutch people with the waves of the ocean. They wrestled the land, which they later used to put their civilization on. They wrestled it from the hands of the waves. This struggle was also there in Kadamba Kanana Maharaj's life. He would get new territory, new hearts from the ocean of samsara and bring them to the happy land of Krishna consciousness. Maharaj, I felt, was often a self-contained person, but always dependent on Guru and Krishna. This simultaneously being strong, being forthgoing, being creative, at the same time making oneself dependent on Guru and Krishna, can be seen in Srila Prabhupada's life. I would like to share with you one lesser known pastimes of Srila Prabhupada. In the summer of 1970, he visited San Francisco. When he came to the little temple which we had in Haight-Ashbury, the temple was packed full with devotees and also with guests. Now, before he entered the temple, he hesitated. He waited, and only after some time he crossed the threshold, went inside, and sat on the Vyasasana. For the second time, he did something unusual. He did not sing Jai Radha Madhava to begin his lecture. No, he sang the Guru Vashtaka prayers, Samsara Davana Dalilam Loka. Later, a devotee asked him, Prabhupada, why did you wait before you entered the temple and not go directly inside? And why then did you sing the Samsara Davana prayers? And Prabhupada said, I waited in front of the temple because I wanted to invite the entire Guru Parampara so that they would see the spread of Krishna consciousness in the West. And when I sat down on the Vyasasana, I sang the Samsara prayers in glorification of the Guru Parampara. Someone like Kadamba Kanana Maharaj is also never alone. He comes and brings a lot. He brings the Guru Parampara, he brings the Shastras, he brings a lot of sacrifice for the preaching mission. If we want to stay in contact, at times recommit to Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, we can do this, the things which he brought, the scriptures, the mission of Srila Prabhupada. And as we do this, we enter into his field, if you so want. We contact him through his Vani, his instructions to us, and we'll never be without him. Let us always keep such a wonderful Vaishnava in our hearts. After Maharaj left the body, I read many of his books in order to understand more about his message, his particular angle through which he preached Krishna consciousness in an authentic and relevant way. And I want to encourage you to do the same. Wishing you all the best, and Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Holiness Satchidananda Swami Maharaj ki jai. Soon we're going to be starting Pushpanjali, for which we'll invite all of you to come towards the front of the stage in a moment. Two things for myself. Let me just see if I can find them. On one of the final occasions in the room, he was lying down on his bed, and the boys were doing kirtan outside in the dining room. And I could see that there was one brahmachari crying. You know? It was emotional for all of us. And seeing that, I became a little bit kind of upset. You know, thinking, well, we're all going to lose him, you know. And I was just next to him, and he said, "What's up?" And I said, "Nothing." And he said he could feel what was going on. And he said, they all are upset because they're going to lose me, but they don't know that I'm going to miss all of them. And it was testament to his character of how much love somebody can give to people. And when I was reflecting on that, I wrote this poem. I just share with you. Once around the sun, in the quiet of night, your memory does reside. A beacon of love in my heart it abides. Though you've journeyed beyond this earthly shore, your spirit lives on, present forevermore. In every chant of the holy names, I see your face. In every endeavor to spread KC, I feel your grace. Though you're gone from sight, you're never far away. In the tapestry of my soul, you forever stay. Though tears may fall like raindrops in the night, your love guides me through darkness, a guiding light. In the garden of my heart, your presence blooms, a cherished memory that forever looms. Though words may fail to express the depth of my pain, in the symphony of our love, you will always remain. Until we meet again, beyond the stars above, you dwell in my heart, my eternal love. Thank you, dear Gurudev, for everything. 1 year around the sun since your departure, I would be lost if it was not for your compassionate nature. So I invite all of you, if you'd like to come forward. If I can request you just to move your chairs tidily to the side. Some of the Prabhus and Matajis can just help either stack them up or just make them side. Kadamba Swami, one of the things he was famous for was leading a kirtan which was an explosion of an explosion. As the years went on, he didn't like that analogy so much because he was getting old and tired. But even then, in his old age in Vrindavan, he really rocked the house. And he really liked it. At the sannyas ceremony of Keshav Swami, in the kirtan afterwards, when everybody was dancing. So Guru Das Prabhu would lead the kirtan after the Pushpanjali, which is going to be recited by Vaishnav Sarvabhauma Prabhu. So can the flower petal people, there's one more bucket here. If everybody wants to, the flower people are going to come, so everybody can come right to the front of the stage. Like, touch the stage, don't be shy. Instagram Live may need to go somewhere here. Maybe there. Or there, maybe there. Facing this way, yeah.
Hare Krishna.
Everybody come more forward, please. Maharaj is from Vrindavan, so, you know, he was okay with crowds and pushing and stuff. Come forward. The flowers, the people with the flowers, put your hands up. Oh, no, sorry, with the bucket. There's a bucket person here, there, and over here. So please do come, grab some flowers.
Yeah, Hare Krishna. So if you got some flower petals, you want to divide them into 3 times 3. We'll be offering 9 times. So you please direct your flowers to Gurudev's photo. We're going to recite the entire Pranam Mantra Vaishnava Homa, after which we'll be reciting just Maharaj's Pranam Mantras, and every time we say Esha Pushpanjali, you will offer some flowers as far as possible to Maharaj. If you can please repeat after me. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Gurau Shri Yutha पदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगणा रघुनाथ अन्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्य देवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगणा ललिता श्रीविशाखा अन्वितंश्च नमः ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते कदम्बकानना स्वामी इति नामिने नमः ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते गुरुदास जयद्वैत स्वामी इति नामिने नमः ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमः ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिसिद्धान्त सरस्वती इति नामिने श्रीवर्षभानवी देवी दयिताय कृपाब्दये कृष्णसम्बन्ध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्योज्ज्वल प्रेमाद्य श्रीरूपानुग भक्तिद श्रीगौरकरुणा शक्ति विग्रहाय नमोस्तुते नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुग विरुद्धापसिद्धान्त द्वन्द्वहारिणे नमो गौरकिशोराय साक्षाद्वैराग्य मूर्तये विप्रलम्ब रसाम्बोधे पदाम्बुजाय ते नमः नमो भक्तिविनोदाय सच्चित् आनन्दनामिने गौरशक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुग वरायते श्रीगौरविर्भाव भूमेस्त्वं निर्देष्ट सज्जनप्रिया वैष्णव सार्वभौम श्रीजगन्नाथाय ते नमः वंशकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने घोरात्विषे नमः पंचतत्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकं हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधाकांत नमोस्तुते जयतां सुरतोर पंगोर मम मंड मतेर्गति मत्सर्वस्व पादाम्भोजो राधा मदनमोहनो दिव्यद् वृन्दारण्य कल्पद्रुमादः श्रीमद् रत्नगार सिंहासनस्थौ श्रीमद् राधगोविन्ददेवो पृष्ठालिभिः सेव्यमानो स्मरामि श्रीमान् रास रसारंभी वंशीवट तटस्थितः कर्षण वेणुस्वनैर् गोपीर् गोपीनाथ श्रियस्तु नः तप्तकाञ्चन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानु सुते देवी प्राणमामि हरिप्रिये जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवास आदि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे ओम नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते कदम्ब कानना स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते कदम्बकानना स्वामी इति नामिने नमः एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते कदम्बकानना स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पाञ्जलि एष पुष्पाञ्जलि एष पुष्पाञ्जलि. His Holiness Kadamba Swami Maharaj ki jai. If everyone can please pay the pranams, pay your pranams, pay the Guru Pranam mantra. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
So, thank you, Vaishnava Prabhu. And I know human tendency is to mingle, but let us keep the focus. We can do samachar afterwards. So if everybody wants to sit down, the ladies on this side, the Prabhus on this side. Actually, not sit down. We're gonna dance. So we're gonna do the Swami step. So you can put your belongings to the side, your bags and all of that. Hare Krishna. So this event, Keshav Swami won't be coming down to take sannyas, so you can come and fill the middle. This is not that type of event. No sannyasis are coming. So please come, fill up the space, come. Please, please, please come. So at 1:30 we'll be serving prasadam next door. Feel free to leave your belongings here. And for the people that need chairs and tables, there's some set there. Otherwise, the rest can sit there. You can also bring the food in here if you want, but preferably if you can eat there. There's a book table at the back, which Pandava Arjuna Prabhu and Sri Hari are manning at the moment. We have His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami's new book on the kirtan standards available there for purchase. And that's very much a wonderful book. And it's a very time-convenient book because we are the kirtan movement, and we need to know what are the standards from what Kadamba Kanana Swami said. Jayadvaita Swami is the standards man. So you can have a look at that book. We also have many books by Kadamba Kanana Swami, the Vrindavan Parikrama book. You can go to the Kadamba Foundation website. You can go to the Kadamba Foundation website, and there you can see the new upcoming book, Giriraj in Vrindavan, which will be out at the end of the month. So you can also look at that. If you would like to make a contribution to help cover the costs of the feast and the program today, you can also leave a donation on the card reader at the back by the table. Otherwise, we hope you have a wonderful remaining part of the celebration. Give yourself to the kirtan. Maharaj would often say when he would sit down to sing, everybody stands up to dance. So let's bring the atmosphere of Kadamba Kanana Swami here with a rocking kirtan. And then at 1:30, make your way for prasadam. Hare Krishna, and thank you for all of us. You're also welcome to come to the stage afterwards. After the kirtan, you're welcome to come to the stage where you can have a look at the decor and the lovely desire tree that Adi Heto and her team had created here. And there's a lovely quote there, so please do come along and witness that. Hare Krishna.
Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Samsaradava Naralita Loka Tranaya Karunya Ganaganatvam Prapta Shakayana Gunana Vasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Vaditya Madhya Manasarasena Ramachakampa Sutaranga Bhaja Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Shri Vigrahara Dhananitya Nana Shringadatan Mandira Majanado Tatati Dakshat Ati Balabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Chatuvida Shri Bhagavat Prasado Swadana Triptat Hari Bhakta Sangha Gite Vatripti Vajata Sadeva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Shri Radhika Madhavayor Para Madhurya Lila Guna Rupanama Pratiksana Swa Dhanalolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Kunjayo no rati keliside Jaya lidiyo pirat jamila Yukasha Bhakta Kamyanda Kopi Vande Guru Shri Sakshadari Prena
समस्त शास्त्रे उपसखा भाव्यत एव साधि किन्तु प्रभोया प्रियाय तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दा यश प्रसारा भगवत् प्रसारो यश प्रसारा भगवति ततोऽपि यश प्रसारा भगवत् प्रसारो यश प्रसादा भगवति ततोऽपि अयं सुवासय सच्चिदानन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्ता स्वामी निति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी भ्रष्टाचार्य सकारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासादि गौरा भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासादि गौरा भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासादि गौरा भक्तवृंद Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jai Vaishnav Thakur. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur. Jai Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Vaishnava Thakur ki, His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki, His Holiness Jadvaita Maharaj ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासरि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंद राधा कुंद गिरि गोवर्धन की जय। श्री वृंदावन धाम की जय। श्री मायपुर धाम की जय। पुरुषों क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय। गंगा माई की जय। जमुना माई की जय। भक्ति देवी की जय। तुलसी महारानी की जय। सामवेद भक्त वृंद की जय। निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि बोल। His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj ki, His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Tirobhava Mahotsav ki, Shri Guru Parampara ki, Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale, Srimati. So I ask everyone just to be seated. For those who are standing in the queue for prasadam, the starters are in this room. So please come back if you're already there in the queue. I forgot there was one video, and probably the main video. Last, 2-3 years ago, Shruti Dharma Prabhu had left this world. And Yashoda Sudha Prabhu and Raj from Filmworks, they decided to make a video, a legacy video. And we asked Kadamba Kanana Swami if we could do one for him. So this was recorded, I don't know, July, maybe 2022. And we haven't released the footage because we wanted to come out in stages. And so today, to mark the 1-year anniversary and to inspire all of us, to make it very crystal clear what his life was about and what he wanted from us, I invite you to watch the next 5 to 6 minutes with full attention. Turn your phones off, WhatsApp can wait, and give your heart to Maharaj's words, and then we can proceed to Prasadam. Hare Krishna.
What would I like my disciples to remember about me is that I tried to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission, to fulfill his desires. And I would also like my disciples to very much try and make a contribution, to Srila Prabhupada's mission in some way or other. And of course, Srila Prabhupada's mission is not complicated. He wants the whole world to be Krishna conscious. So somehow or other, let us do something in giving Krishna consciousness to others and living it ourselves. That's what I would like my disciples to take away from my life. As we can think about Prabhupada, he left no stone unturned, right? He tried everything. Well, about me, Dhanavir Maharaj once said, that was beyond the call of duty, right? So I pray that my disciples will also remember me like that. What he did was beyond the call of duty. What I would like my disciples to remember is to just take shelter. Take shelter of this process. Take shelter of chanting Hare Krishna. Take shelter of the books. Take shelter of the deities. Take shelter of the Vaishnavas. Take shelter of prasad. Take shelter of devotional service. Take shelter. And then give shelter to others. So it is about shelter, about asraya. We need to take shelter. Because on our own strength, we can't do. But by taking shelter, we become protected. We are getting transcendental power. We become empowered. And so we need this shelter. We need to wear the helmet of the holy name. We need to wear the armor of the Srimad Bhagavatam. We need to somehow or other use the sword of transcendental knowledge. Yes, we need to use the shield of devotee association. So in this way, we should always take shelter. I think that all of us have to embrace death long before we expect it to come. I think that both the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna is dealing with the impending death of family members, as well as Srimad Bhagavatam, Maharaj Pariksit is basically facing death, and the discussion is, what is the duty of a man who is about to die? So I think the topic of death is very central in the philosophy and teachings of Sri Chaitanya, of Krishna consciousness. And so I think we have to absorb that philosophy very deep. We have to realize our eternal nature, eternal servant of Krishna also. And we have to become strong and sinless. If we become sinless, then death is not an issue. It's when we are sinful, then there will be fear. But if we are sinless,
then what is there to be afraid of? And the four regulative principles are simply bringing us to that point of leaving sin behind. And there are other things, not stealing and so on, but, it's very simple, actually, to be sinless in this movement, because the design is there. So then we are sinless, then we do devotional service, then it will be no problem to approach Krishna. Then the only thing that remains is suffering related to the process of dying. But we have to also accept that, it's a token of purification. How many lifetimes have we engaged in so many abominable activities? So some remnants require purification. All right. So let the remnants of karma burn up in that final fire of suffering at the end. And we'll deal with it as good as we can. And then turn to Krishna. So, in this way, in one sense, death is just a change of service, if you think about it. My life is not of so much significance, but somehow or other, because I connected with the most significant personality, Srila Prabhupada, and his followers, I was able to do something of significance for some people. And that's my good fortune. And I hope that whatever I leave behind, some recordings of music, of kirtan, lectures, some books, and so on, that will benefit the Vaishnava community or the world a bit more. And for the rest, there are many waves in the ocean. The ocean of mercy of Lord Chaitanya carries many waves. Srila Prabhupada was an extraordinary wave. Right? I'm just a small wave, but I'm glad that I could wave a little bit and carry the mercy forward a little bit. So it's all been possible by your association and blessings. So I want to thank all of you very, very much. And yes, we'll meet all again in the spiritual world, in that other ISKCON Prabhupada's talking about. It will be fun. So we are on a great transcendental adventure. Hare Krishna.
So with all your heart, please raise your hands. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you all, everybody. Let us offer our respects to one another. We are all, from a disciple's point of view, it's a difficult day for us, and it has been a difficult year for many, and it will. I also see many Bhakti Charu Swami disciples here. And all of us who are initiated, we've either lost our spiritual master or will physically lose them. So we'll all have to go through this journey that time delivers in this material world. So please give a hug to a disciple who you think needs it. Be kind, be generous with your time, help the mission, and let's love Krishna, and then we can see him quickly. Thank you for coming. Let us offer our respects to another. Vancha kalpa tarubhasya kripa sindhu vyaevacha patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna. So I again invite you to the table where you can leave donations or purchase books, and you can queue up for prasadam, and there's tables and chairs. Hare Krishna.